Okay, so I was doing pandemonium and getting my mounts. I was also doing the variant dungeon, which is my very first variant dungeon. I haven't done any yet. Oh, I like this person's player name. That's funny. I guess it's probably my journal, right? Cosmic Home. I do not remember the name of the quest. I guess I could always just go there and see. Elvis. And see if it's like the correct location. Here. There he is. I didn't. But I couldn't find it in my journal. There's baby. Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to the pandemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part from the failing star I had been waiting for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with a friend I had mentioned earlier. She had also noticed an anomaly near Pandemonium. It seemed only natural that we should investigate it together. However, she eventually decided that it would be unwise for us both to go if two members of our organization were seen poking our heads about a restricted facility. It could raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but she left me with these words: "Fear not, for in my absence the stars shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend her meaning at the time, I believe now that I understand that she does not have a way of being right about these things. Or that she does have a way of being right about these things. Even so, her hints of what are to come is generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. For the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the words of La Habrea for entry into the pandemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting in Agonorosis. Sounds like a disease. Words of La Habrea. Hi, Fluffy. How are you doing? What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance to the convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe the pandemonium. I'm good. I'm tired. Had stuff with work and everything, but I'm good overall. I shall register your ether for the record. From this point on, you may freely come and go from the pandemonium as you please. Now that was a painless process. I'll take this as a sign that we were meant to conduct our investigations together. Of course, while you've been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their work within the pandemonium are called warders, for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creatures that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea has deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study interfering within the facility. Those who spend their days in pandemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, the place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison rouses frightful imagery, but the pandemonium is a frightful place. I mean, it's named the Pandemonium, so, like, I don't know, it's not named, like, I don't know. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action. I don't know if I trust La Habrea being reasonable and proper, safe courses of action, because it's La Habrea. Then I take it to mean that you have detected nothing amiss as of late. The warders have reported nothing that could cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if they were anything worth worrying about. I see. It appears La Habrea has kept well abreast of the ongoings on here. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar of Master La Habrea. Do you know him? Oh, I know him. Oh, the stories I could tell you. You are no mere familiar, are you? Master La Habrea is not known for being generous with his time. That one should have stories of his companies almost beggars belief. Regardless, while I doubt that I need to tell you this, he's of the convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to the Pandemonium. The noose that will take us there is in the eastern bank of Leeds. Let us delay no further. Let's go! Fly over there. I'm assuming I can fly high enough to get there. And here we Fluffy, if you're free to do the variant dungeon, we can hop and do that. Hello! Hi, Zell! How are you doing? Good, I am finally on Dawntrail. I'm on the last expansion. And I've been having a great time. So far, I don't know much about the last expansion. I know some people were pretty disappointed with it, but, like, so far it's fine. No, I literally, well, I just unlocked that first one right now so far. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances, but it is true that you two have met La Habrea in the flesh. I find you more and more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall have to refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time. I wager, or why else would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled pandemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? Is there an ether right here that I could teleport to later, or is that just a thing I'm gonna have to do? I guess I'll find out. Ooh. Be spooky. Dawn Trail is the most recent expansion, yeah. It's the latest one, and they're almost completely done releasing, like, the general paths of content with it. So, finally, it took me a while, but I mean, a couple months I got here. I got here in decent time, I think. But, yeah, that's the latest expansion, and then we think during FanFest they're gonna announce the newer expansion. I think it would be fun doing all four, since when you pick up the quest, you have to complete them first time. It would be fun. Cool. Awesome. Let's do that. Let me finish talking to this, and then I'll head over to that area. As much as I feared. The speaker seemed in high such spirits for a moment that I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave as oh my god, important as I imagined. Alas, 'twas a feeling. 'Twas a fling in vain hope. Gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not see anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Ominous swirls. Very good for decor. Spikes everywhere. Great for the aesthetic. Love it. Spikes everywhere here too. And on the chains. I wonder what OSHA thinks of this workplace. I feel like they would be cited a lot. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone or something is tampering with its protection. It is working within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there's no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This is not to put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. Hi Nemeth. How are you doing? Fluffy says, I love the lore during the raids. I was actually really excited that it was more Ashian lore because I really like them. Now, am I a little disappointed that it's not gonna be my baby Emmett Silk? Sure, but you know, also you can't just bring them back whenever. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our fourth course of action should be to seek out one wherever they may be. Fate Night with the FC, can't hear exactly. Oh. Okay, I don't think it's my volume, but Fate Night, very fun. Are you guys doing any like crazy stuff? Because I know some fates get kind of crazy. However, there's something you must know. The magic I weave upon entering requires my constant awareness. To this I say we are forced to fight. I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandemonium's protection will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. All the spikes come down on us. Saratsuko. Hi, how are you doing? Panda. Okay. Is it because the ears and the black? Were there another way, I would gladly choose it, but let us be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. Oh, Pandemonium! Oh. My dumbass is like, what? Yeah, I just started. I haven't really done anything. I've just talked to him, and that's kind of all I've done so far. Neither of us trapped here alone, trapped in... Oh, sorry. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it. but let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in a hopeless circumstance. If we should fail to find a peaceful solution, then I shall hope that I can rely on your strength to see us through. Of course, you have my promise. I've been calling him Baby Vana recently. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in my mind to use your ether as a basis of illusionary allies that will fight at your side. In a way, I suppose it's Baby Vana. Okay. Won't elaborate? Perfect. Yeah, no spoilers so far. I want to do it, but I saw him and I was like, Baby Vana? Perhaps 7 shall do. Not exactly an army, but by the looks of it, you're a formidable band nonetheless. Then, so it shall be. I wonder what awaits us in the Pandemonium Pitless Ones. First circle now available. Does anybody want to run this with me? This or the variant dungeon, either one. We could run this, knock it out, and then I have everything from Endwalker done. We can do whatever at the point you're at. It's like you're in a candy store. Okay. Maybe let's do this first, because I think this might be fairly quick, and the variant dungeons has like all the stuff that you kind of have to grind. My server is full. Okay, let me go. Is there any of them that is not full right now? Like that I can just be Wanderer and not Traveler to. If so, I can hop into one of these. While that happens, I will eat some of my burrito. And Saratsuko, if you want to join us for Pandemonium also, feel free. I think Fluffy's gonna try to find a server that that's not congested. And then I'll go over there. Or if you're in Ether, we could party finder it. I think it can be cross worlds. Also, I am so upset I lost my Sprout. I feel like I'm in mourning. I feel like I reached this great accomplishment, and then they stole something near and dear to my heart. I got there, and then I didn't notice, and I looked, and I was like, my Sprout! Where's my Sprout? And I went to check to see if I could add it back on, and I can't figure out how to do it, and I don't think I can anymore. I told my friend they stole it from me, and they said I was falsely advertising myself because someone at Dawn Trail is not a sprout anymore. And I said, I'll forever be a sprout in my heart. And how else am I going to explain, like, easily without having to tell people that I suck? Because I'm a sprout? And my friend said, oh, they'll know. And I was like, no, no, no. Oh, but the sprout gives me an excuse on why I suck. But, alas, it's gone. He stole it from me. Is there a way to find out what's congested? I know for, like, transferring. I know there is. But, like, I don't really know, like, travel. Okay. Well, let's see party fight. Practice. I don't have much experience with party fighters. A little bit. All these are locked. I'm assuming they're ones that come later on during Dawn Trail. Help this person. I'm gonna help this person real quick. I'm faked. The results? Oh, are they done? They got their party? Okay. Savage raids. Crazy. I've not done Savage yet. What is the copied factory? Is that the... what's it called? Near raids? Yeah, it is. Oh, near raid, yeah. All of them are full? Okay, is a data center, a different data center open? What's one that we can go to? Or that I can go to, at least. I could go to your home world, or whatever world, you know, does pretty well. I think Primal sometimes works. I've Gone to Primo when Ether was full. I figured that out. I'm gonna ask if this person wants to run it because they only need 3. Okay. Um, okay. Okay. I think while Fluffy's figuring that out, I might try to run with this person. I guess I could go talk to old Charlotte. Oh, actually, let me do my gold saucer stuff while I am here. Over here. Also, I need to clear out my inventory. It is still terrible. It is not looking good. My saddlebag is full. My retainers are full. Bag is... My inventory is pretty filled. It's not great. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Were you able to find a server that I could transfer to? Okay, it's not bad. in here. Fourth one. Or is it? No, I'm in their party. Or is it? Flash R. Okay. I don't think I've done this one before. I've always done the pirate ship one. I do wish the games kind of came up more often. I think someone said they come out on like every 15 minutes. Or it can come up every 15 minutes. But I kind of wish more were available. Oh, the other day, I almost completely brained myself during, stupidly, Leap of Faith. I was doing it, and I fell right before I got the final gold one. And I was so upset, I tilted my head back, and I hit myself right on the corner of like, the back of my bed thing. And I still have a bump on my head. I was like, I almost died. Not even from like a complex raid or anything like that. I almost died because I fell on Leap of Faith when I still had a good 3 minutes left. He says, sorry, my bad. I have had Flippy says, sorry, my bad. Had multiple people message me. Sorry trying to get people to the venue I work at. Roleplay stuff. Yeah, no problem. Take care of it. That's no problem. I'll just do Pandemonium and stuff. I'll queue for that. No worries about it. Do what you have to do. And then Traveler says, I may have bought a box of turtle cards. Send me a picture. The shiny turtle cards, because that's the important part. I went to the store literally today, and I was looking at it, and I was looking for turtle cards. I didn't see any, which is good, because there's a good chance I might have bought some. They're going as DPS. I don't know. Traveler says, I mean, some are shiny, but all the fancy collector shiny boxes were sold out. No! The regular boxes still have a few shinies still. Dang it, now I sound like a Pokemon player. That's funny. Yeah, no, I really like when the boxes are pretty because I like to put them on display. That is a big contributing factor for me, which it really shouldn't be, but it is. What is WT? Don't mind travel. I'm just cooking up some tortellini. Ooh, that sounds really good. But not as someone's running out. Something's happening. I'll save them. I bust. Whoa. This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he is in no state to answer questions. Perhaps. Oh. That went quick. I didn't get time to read that loud. Wait, have I done... I haven't done the alliance raids for this either. Thank you. And good luck coordinating all your stuff, too. Probably just join everybody else. Seem to know what they're doing. That my mouse being weird, or was that like an effect? That was... Oh, overwhelmed by the power of fire. Do I see here for ice now? Yes, can I alternate, right? That's why I like going in this tank, because even if I have no idea what's going on, there's a good chance I live. Not 100% chance, not even a super high chance. Because I have been so bad that even with tank privileges I die. But okay. Down on green? Okay. Oh, okay. Got it. See, I can learn things. I am capable of learning. I didn't see her outfit. That's really cute. What is that? Okay, I want none of this. Miss. That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your ether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated. I suppose that they were cut from excellent cloth after all. I know, thank you. I'm just that good, even despite me knowing they're the mechanics. Picking up on, honestly, pretty simple mechanics and being like, I still don't know what I'm doing, and then figuring it out. I guess I'm just that great. So we throw him in a cage. Did I see La Habrea? I want to see what La Habrea looks like. Or, like, outside of Thancred. I think we saw him before, but I think he was wearing a mask. So I don't know if, I don't remember if we saw him, like, himself, like his own version of himself. He stirs. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation and anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies and my thanks. Had you not knocked back some sense into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. I wonder what their legal system is like. So, like, in another instance, had this happened and he killed someone, would that be like manslaughter, or would it be like just like an accidental death? Like, would it be tried like what would it be tried as? That they're like, oh, in the pursuit of knowledge and stuff like that, like you're fine? I don't know. I am Ericthonios, a warder of Asphodelos. The Asphodel Fields? Asphodelos. Pandemonium's highest layer, and the place that we are in now. One must wonder why we're so desperate to keep us out. What's happening in the Pandemonium? I like how they can make like different like areas. They can make it look kind of however they want, and they chose a super creepy vibe, or at least La Habrea did. The creator, interned within Aphilideos, has been set free and stalks his halls with no end of violence. Okay. That is not good to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandemonium is under charge of a key ward, who keeps strict control over most of the aspects. No, each level of Pandemonium is under the charge, who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with care, with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Habrea is absolute. Yet something's gone terribly wrong. Try as we might hold the line within the chaos is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separated from my colleagues. You're on Goblin? Okay, cool. Let me run this real quick. Crystal? Perfect. Let me run this real quick with, for that near raid with this person. Unsynced. And then I'll go over and then we can continue Pandemonium and the Variant Dungeons. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses and afterwards only flashes of anger and fury. And blackness from which I woke to find whatever had overcome me was gone. I see your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind and perhaps the self-same ones that you saw that were separated from other warders. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you have come here on the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna join. Oh, I guess it's not it. The horrors among horrors, so Pandemonium protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual or individuals that release this captive and set them upon. No doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to retrieve word of what has transpired here, what measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps it would be wiped from its existence entirely. As I thought, the creature were to escape into the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of La Habrea would never risk that, despite what value the research subject may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we cannot expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. We will not leave them behind. Okay. One added to the party. You would go in alone? I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know that they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creature returned to their cells at all costs. And I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is monumental, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Eric Sonios? I have no idea how to say that name. But my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. That being said, our investigation has only begun, and we would be remiss to turn our back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So for the time being, there's slightly more than resolve to rely upon. Let's go. Hey, I knew you would be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more I find you reminding me of my dear friend, which goes some way towards encouraging me that this is a matter that will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So, you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of the pandemonium yet hold. For the moment, the time is of our favor. Let us proceed forward, and of course, you and Rixie have set upon us. Of course, you and Rixie have set upon us. Me, little me. This cutscene's so long. Themis and Rixie, yes, thank you. The warders have a great depth already. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with the pandemonium in our halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now, let us turn our attention to recruiting your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates in any case, and in case any have followed you out. Okay, now I'm done with the cutscene, and I can join this person. I feel bad, because now they've been waiting for like 5-10 minutes. Give me a second. I'm gonna run. I promised this person I was gonna run Happy Factory with them real quick, unsynced. Then I will switch over to Crystal. Also, I haven't seen my account yet. Oh. Very pretty. Let's run this. This is a really cool raid. I liked it a lot. I'm wondering if maybe I should have gone in as a test. Seems like we do have a warrior or like a tank already. Get it. I need to get a healer or something that is high enough level, and I don't know if I need a melee DPS. There's a couple of the stuff on here that I really want, but you know, I need to run it multiple times, and preferably with something that I can need it. But whatever. I feel like, I don't know, I think it's because we're zooming past it. I feel like music was more intense before. I don't know. I think that was literally just because I was stuck in it. Or not stuck, it's not the right word, but like going through it, paying attention. Making sure I didn't die. I did this trade not too long ago, but like, I feel like there's a lot of this I don't remember. Oh, I do remember this. Am I crazy or is like the music quiet? Also, is it okay my in-game party? Of course! Yeah, no, anybody can join. Like, feel free. Yeah. switch over? Do you want to do Pandemonium or do you want to do Variant Engine? Because they can join us for both. Still not rolling high today. That's continuing on from. Oh, I got one. Seems like another cool job that I haven't seen a lot of. But I just got Viper recently, and it's been really fun doing Viper. That way I get to do melee DPS while being a little bit mindless Unga Bunga-y. Just follow the shiny. And it's been pretty fun. I think so far I like it better than Samurai. Partially because I keep messing up my Samurai rotation, and I get frustrated, so that could be a good amount of why I'm liking Viper better. Also, does anybody have any fun plans coming out for the weekend? A game night ish. A friend at a friend's house coming up. Yeah, or next weekend. We were gonna go see One Piece. Ah! Ah! Why is that not locked? But I wasn't able to go. Back. I think that's right. I also need to figure out what I'm gonna make for dinner. I've been pretty bad about not eating leftovers or like frozen food. Like non-perishables. Hold on, power went completely out. Oh, I hope you're okay. join the party with lesser people. I didn't even think about that. This went by pretty quick. Not bad. Kill it! One with the railroad throw at the end, or is that the other one? Awesome. Woo! I don't think that was all the stuff I wanted, but... I'm in trouble. I didn't realize people were claiming stuff. They say that. Feel bad. Oops. Apparently earlier, before they decided to run, they decided to claim stuff. And I didn't see it. And so then I got it, and they're like, hey, what the fuck? And I'm like, what? When were you claiming things? Now I feel bad. Does that happen often where people like, I mean, obviously like with mounts and stuff like that, people are like, oh, I need this, or they're rolling for material, you know, like I've done that, but like I've never had it be where like people claim the items in advance, like if this comes up, unless you're going with friends, right? Like when you're farming with friends, like, you know, more likely to be like, okay, I need this thing, don't roll for it. And like whether or not your friends are an asshole and roll for it or not is a different story, right? But like but, you know, my experience has always been just like roll for whatever unless people say otherwise. I didn't realize people were putting claims on stuff. You fixed it? Okay, perfect. I'll probably end up leaving after this because I don't know if you heard of that drama that just went on. while everybody else joined and we're doing that during the cutscene, I guess people claimed certain items. Well, I added late, and I didn't see anybody's message that they wanted specific items. And so I did like what I do with every other every other raid, every other trial, you know, everybody greeds or needs what they want. And I ended up getting something and the person's like, what the fuck? Basically, like, why would you take that from me? I said I needed it, and I was like, you know, and they're like, oh, that the other people are like, that's not cool. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I did not know. Like, I didn't read it. I'm sorry. I added late. Like, what do you need? They're not tradable, right? Yeah, they're unique. Okay. I feel bad. Now I look like the asshole. Yeah, well, you were, yeah. So I'm running again with them. I feel... but right after this, I'm gonna leave. But is that common where, like, I mean, part of it was also their fault because I added late. I should have maybe said, you know, hi, because they didn't know something got added. But, yeah, it's common? Okay. But I didn't see it. I wasn't in the party when... I wasn't in the party or the alliance. When people were claiming things. I say what they need before. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming so, but I wasn't in the party when they said what they wanted. Yeah, they need to say what they want, which I guess they did, but I just wasn't in the party when they said it, and so I didn't know. And right before I saw it, like, I was about, like, a message, like, I didn't get what I wanted, and I thought it was just, like, oh, darn it, like, I wanted this thing, I didn't get it. And I started to type out, like, oh, yesterday I had really bad luck. You know, I kept rolling, like, 2s, and I was about to send it. And then I see people being like, oh, like, that's messed up. And I was like, wait, what? They're like, oh, who took it? It's like, oh, Rixie took it. And I'm like, wait, what? What's going on? But I did say afterwards, like, I'm so sorry, I didn't see that you needed it, and I scrolled all the way up to when I first added the party. I was like, I'm so sorry, I added late, I didn't know. Just right now, because I didn't want to be the asshole again, I passed on that. Ooh. done, and then I'll leave this and slink away in shame. Not even gonna try. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna leave. I feel bad. Okay. I'm just gonna log out. And then I'll switch over. Okay, you're in Crystal, right? Crystal Goblin, I think is what you said last time. Wait, not server. Oops, my bad. Wrong one. There's another. I did that wrong. My bad. First log out of your home world. Oh. Okay, give me a second. I messed up and it's not letting me go back. I'm gonna log in, go back home because I accidentally clicked the wrong thing, and then go to Crystal. Hi, Sashmimi! I just got a scolding from a party I was in. And now I've run away and no longer wish to face. So I was running a copied factory, unsynced with people, to get loot, right? And so I joined them when it was just one person, and we were waiting around for a little bit, and then I was like, oh, like, I'm gonna go do other stuff while we wait. Let me know once we have people, and then I'll rejoin. Then said, cool. So they let me know when they rejoin, when they're like, okay, we got people, we're gonna start. And I was like, cool, I'm in a cutscene, give me a minute. And the cutscene took a minute. And I did it. And then I waited and I joined. And as soon as I joined, people were like, real quick, I'm gonna go grab water. And then like, okay, I'll be right back, let's go. We should be able to kill it this real quick. And I'm like, cool. And, you know. And then we started, and like at first I'm rolling for stuff and everything. I roll super low, I don't get anything until like near the very end. At the very end, then I roll and, you know, I win everything. And I was like, oh, cool. And then I didn't see it right away because, you know, all the little notifications that pop up. And so I was just waiting. And then all of a sudden I read, oh, I didn't get it. And people are like, what the fuck? You know, and I was about to type, oh, I rolled real bad yesterday. You know, I was getting a whole bunch of twos, blah, blah, blah. And then someone's like, oh, that's messed up. I can't believe they would take that. She specifically asked for it. And I was like, wait, what? And like, I rolled up and people were like, you know, basically like, what the hell, Rixie got it. Like she just took it. And I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't see a message where you said you wanted something. And I scroll all the way up to the top of the beginning of the party, like when I joined. And, you know, they had obviously claimed stuff beforehand. Oh, they told me, they're like, hey, like, what the fuck, why would you claim stuff that's like, you know, I said I wanted it. And so I said, I'm so sorry, I didn't see that you wanted what you wanted, and, Fluffy, add me to the party so you can have your friend in there. But, yeah, so I basically said, I was like, I'm so sorry, and then I scrolled all the way up, and I was like, I added to the party super late, so I didn't see when everybody was, like, claiming anything. I'm so sorry. And this was in the middle of the second run I was doing it with. And so then I just didn't claim anything, and then, were you talking about it while you were where you missed it? So, no, I didn't even get it at all, because I hadn't party. They discussed what they were gonna do. They discussed exactly what everybody wanted. Yeah, but they didn't realize I had added late, which I also probably should have said hi immediately after to show that, like, I had just rejoined, I joined, but, like, I don't know. But I feel bad, and the whole time, and then I just passed on everything. But, you know, and so then I just passed everything, because I don't know about other people want other thing, I don't know, I'm just gonna pass, and then at the very end, I just left without claiming anything. I was like, I'll just run it again with other people later at a different point in time. Yeah, but like, you know, they didn't know that, you know, and like, I also could have been a little bit more clear, being like, hey, I added the party, you know, and so then I'm like, I just want to finish this and get out. But like, I also haven't been in a party before where people are like, you know, like randoms who are like, oh, I need this. Like they've said, oh, I'm in this less for amount or more for materia, right? Which like, you know, I guess, you know, it makes sense. Fluffy was telling me it's pretty common. People will say, I need this thing, so other people pass it. Which does make sense. You know, I just have never been in a party like that before. I've always been for like mount farming and people materia farming, you know, on stuff. So, you know, new to me. Sexual, and normally if you join party people specifically in party description before. Yeah, but it was a different person. It wasn't the person who posted the party who asked for what they wanted. And it's like, Mimi says, because in that, in your situation, I would have rolled on purpose. Mimi says, but I'm a dickhead. Yeah, no, they wanted the... if you don't tell me, I'm rolling. Which, I mean, makes sense. I also, like... maybe there was more description. More in the description, but the person I talked to originally, you know, I was like, oh, we're running the synced or unsynced because they said they're just farming for loot. And I was like, cool. You know? And so maybe there was more in there, but I didn't see it. And, like, it could have been my bad on that. But I'm positive that the person who wanted the thing, who got upset about it, was not the person who created the party finder. So, I don't know. But basically, towards the end of that, I just, like, I'm gonna go, bye. You guys can run it again later with, you know, they had plenty of people, so it's not like I was leaving them stranded anyway. But I was just like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm so sorry. Now you're mad at me. No, I don't want to leave too. Yeah. Yeah. I think before we started, especially because the person knew, like, my alliance, saw it pop up. I don't know if they. I think they were in my alliance though. So, or in my party. I'm pretty sure they were in my party. So I don't know why. But yeah, I didn't want to deal with it. I just left. I didn't want to leave in the middle of it because I was our only tank on that. I think we had one other tank, but I was just like, oh. He says same. I would have left. I don't remember where the start of Pandemonium was. I know I literally just unlocked it. But if Keiko on here needs to unlock it, we could go do that. Or um, um, doesn't have it unlocked. They mostly do MSQ. Does she want to do variant? Um, I join you, but sadly, it's Savage Reclear Day right now, and I'm waiting for the homies to run with them. But I'm happy to hang out and chill here in the meantime. Awesome. Well, good luck on Savages. I am now. I'm now on Dawn Trail, so soon I'll finish MSQ, and then I'll be starting some Savages, hopefully soon. I just did my first Endwalker. Last expansion, yeah. I just did Mother Crystal Extreme and then Zodiac Extreme. And obviously unsynced, but they feel way different than all the older content extremes. It could be also that, you know, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but we did need bigger parties, and so that was kind of crazy. Let me see. Fluffy's friend needs to unlock Pandemonium. Um, you're doing savages for Dawn Trail, Mimi. Clarifying, they're not my IRL partner, just a friend that's married to my character. Okay. I've done that before in games too. Okay, so after that one is complete. Okay, so yeah, me and a couple of my friends were talking about who's gonna get married to whoever in the game, so we could do the free teleport to each other. So it just makes it easier while we play. My friend Jenny says she has her eyes on me. We're doing maps. She had me hop on her chocobo. And she's like, well, now you're mine. I'm stealing you away. Nobody else can have you. And I was like, wait. Oh, to the fourth circle. Oh. I've only done the first one. Oh, no, not that one. There's my other page. Yeah. But after my kidnapping with Jenny, she we're doing maps, and then she took a picture of us and then and modded it a lot on our end, and then sent it to the sent it to the chat with everybody. She's like, look at us, our romantic getaway picnic overlooking the ocean or whatever. And I was like, what are you doing? The only sad thing about some in-game partnership with friend is that they become real. I had 2 exes in-game. Aw, well, that sucks. I'm sorry. Mimi's like, I can't relate. My in-game husband, my IRL husband is my in-game husband. Yeah, it sucks, you know. But I had a friend who actually met from. Let me find my. How do I get back to? But I had a friend who met through games with their husband. She was playing Destiny online and made friends with someone, and they started chatting and everything. Eventually, they started dating. So when he talks to people, he goes, he's like, "Oh, how'd you guys met?" He's like, "We met because of Destiny." Oh my god! Like I know the story behind it, And like other people are like, "Oh, Destiny! Like what kind of Destiny? Super romantic? Like super like about fate, about whatever?" And I'm like, "No, like the game." The game Destiny, yeah, And so he likes to tell people, literally with this hand motion, "We met because of Destiny." I'm like, oh my god. I've never played it either, but yeah, my friend played it, and like, I remember when she started talking, she's like, "Oh yeah, I've been playing with this person on, she played it on PlayStation, so she's like, oh, PlayStation Network and everything. Like it's been fun." And they started chatting on the PlayStation Network and everything, and then they switched over to text or something like that afterwards. They're like, "Oh, it'll be quicker. We can text each other if you want to get online and you want to play." But yeah, that's how they started. That's how they started dating, and I was like, "That's really cute." Not a sound could be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but you mean to rescue the warders and the creations both? Naturally, though they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I wouldn't see our labor or untold horrors of study go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we had cause to report this incident. Smile. I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. What is La Habrea? Ah, so you've met him before. I was under the impression he rarely visits the Pandemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility, that is to say, La Habrea's predecessor in the position of the chief keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the words. It was she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know there were chief keywords before La Habrea. Your motivation to save the research subject is not entirely driven by the duty of your words, then. You may wish to preserve the work of your mentor. They're going to level their alt. They're going to marry my character. Sucks you need to be 50 MSQ to get married. You do. I didn't know that. That's crazy. I feel like they should let you marry earlier on. But like, I guess if you're like meeting new players and everything, I don't know. I feel like they should let you marry pretty early on, not 50. Because at 50, you're almost done with the main scenario. Or you're, right of it. I'm lacking the ideas of how to go about that. However, I'm a mere wield intermittent magics. Yeah, it's pretty much there. I mean, you level up faster. I mean, if you're doing one character, right? If you're doing one job. If you're doing other jobs, maybe you're at 50. But I think I hit 60 by the time I finished A Realm Reborn, when I was doing it as a bard. But of course, I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during our battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Intermittent is more refined and powerful magics based upon the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, the only keyword to their tier is permitted to use intermittent. interment. If I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell of any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge on these forms of spellcraft, actually. Labrae himself established their foundation. While chakras are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, interment freezes them in the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Indeed, while the illusionary beings you summoned in our fight suggest as much, I see your knowledge of magic as vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of interment, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends here, and I have not the precise understanding of how invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself well versed in various magics, I would be ill-advised to assume the duties of keyword without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more about interment and its inner workings, perhaps. Baby's gonna use it later. Leave the fighting to me, you guys can figure out the rest. I dare say we can do just that. Rickethonios. You implied that what prevented you from performing the interment was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I haven't heard of such a thing being done before. This makes me more suspicious that this may be one of... Now you can hear me. How did it all go? How did your fates go? I believe this may be the best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, and we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spell cast many times. Their motions have been buried in my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well, let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test our methods on one of the escaped creatures. Though I suppose there is a matter of finding one. Oh, also, I still think that we should do drunk mount farming or drunk map night. Mimi and friends. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Rixie could dispatch on her own if the spell were to go awry. Mimi says, yeah! When I'm free, I'd definitely be down. Perfect. Let me know when you're free, and we'll plan a night to do that. I agree. I have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering in the waterway during my fight. Perhaps it's still there. Well, don't try that tonight. 1 hour left until maintenance. Yeah, no. Not doing that tonight. Maintenance. I know. There's not going to be a lot to get done. I know, tomorrow. Also, good thing your friend is leveling up their alt because it had a warning saying don't get married until after the maintenance. But I'll probably end up hopping off also early, so like, you know, between half an hour to an hour. So maybe I'll be able to do circle 2 or circle 3. Maintenance is today. Yeah. Unfortunately. A few of the subject housed within Esclados are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Hi, Smayday! How you doing? That shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we convince the interment magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. As dependable as ever. Once you've been given a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus in the keyboard's magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. Mimi says, I'm so out of touch. I didn't know. Hippocampus will be a lone but daunting moment nonetheless. The magic's warped its environment around it, and we'll be at home in the waterway. Feel yourself for a fight. Okay. Circle 2! Let's go! Okay. Yeah! I'm doing Pandemonium. Do you want to join? Oh, you're doing Savage. Just kidding. I'm definitely not gonna be able to finish them tonight, so you should join me next time. You're just up here. Yeah, I probably can't do reclips tonight either because of maintenance. Yeah. Depends on when my friend wakes up, which I don't know when he will, lol. Is your friend my friend? Because my friend sleeps a lot. Is cute. I can see why they were upset they didn't get it. Oh yeah, Kissy. Tell Casey to wake his ass up, because it's time to go beast mode. He's busy, can't be bothered. I have friends who also do that, who they break off and do their own thing. They're also night owls, so normally they're on Discord on VC or something like that super late. And then they'll be like, stay up, stay awake. And I'm like, no, I have to work in the morning. What are you doing? So I don't actually know what they do during maintenance hours when everything is closed and you can't do anything. Fallen Fantasy, I want to help you get your axolotl mount. I would love an axolotl mount. You get it from here? If so, I would absolutely love your help. Right now I'm in Crystal Goblin, I think, if you want to join our party for the next ones. Circle. Okay. I'm not there yet. I'm on the second circle, so it'll be a minute. But if you want to join us for the other circles, we could do that too. Or if you just want to join me on the 12th. Ooh. Got a cute party. Oh, that's an ugly hippo. I was imagining a cuter one. The person on here says it got 4 legs and it's got 4 legs and a head. That's a puppy. Someone says so does my cousin Earl. Mixed breed though. No? No? Okay. I mean, I guess I don't need second tank. Ah! Oh. I messed up. Whoops. Oh, I'm so excited. I didn't know this is where you get the axolotl mount. Someone said, can we keep, Fluffy says, can we keep it? And someone goes back to the pound, a bad dog. Oh no, it killed Fluffy. What do we do with Doritos? We stack? Okay. Back over here. Fluffy lives! Oh, he's a bad boy. Sit. You know, the second I saw the axolotl Elvis, I freaked out. I thought it was just the cutest thing. I do definitely have a bias for the axolotl, though. So darn cute. I had one as a pet. As a kid. Oh, Mimi, they stole my sprout! They stole the sprout from me! I'm so upset! I I am just eating all the mechanics, okay? That's what I do. They're like candy and they are delicious. No, I'm not a big girl gamer. I'm baby gamer. I'm baby Sprout. I told my friend, I was like, if I don't have my Sprout, how are people gonna know I suck? And they said, oh, you'll know. They'll know. They'll know you suck. They can see it. I'm like, no. It's true, but no. At least the Sprout explains why I might suck. You know, like, they can assume I suck because I'm baby gamer, not because I actually just suck. We sealed away the puppy. Mayday says, I'm surprised Mimi didn't notice it. It was her favorite. Her favorite. I went and looked to see if I could put my Sprout back on. Oh! Hello! I didn't realize you are here. I didn't realize you were in the party. Mimi says, I'm getting my cheeks clapped right now. Okay. I know what's in here. Oh no, I don't want any of this stuff. I didn't notice you were in there! I know! I didn't notice till the very end. I was like, wait a second. That looks familiar. Do you want to join me for the other ones? I knew you were no mere mercenary, but it makes such clean work of the hippocampus. Seasoned fighters scarcely have an occasion to visit the Pandemonium, let alone display their skills. Mastery takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection. It is no small part thanks to you two. She has eyes, not much sight to be seen. Hey! I was jumping the entire time. I was too focused on eating all of the mechanics, okay? Or attempting not to, and still doing it anyway. When I get into, every time I get into a new fight, I get really overwhelmed. I can join you for P3, but after that I'll have to leave. So I'll snipe your queue. Okay, perfect, cool. Thebus' power is way more than strong enough to interment spellcasting. That was never my strong suit. That almost made me feel like a proper Magos. Truly, having seen your abilities firsthand in your fight, Rixie, I beg to disagree. Shackles is one exception, and 'tis only because I've been forced to practice it since I was a small child. Other magics have been leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Golden stacks are a delicacy for warriors. They are delicious, and I take them like candy. And you know, it's a badge of honor to see how many I can have before I die. How else am I supposed to get stronger? Actually, like, play the game and learn the mechanics? No! The more Voln stacks, the stronger you get. then it gives excitement to your healers. It gives them a real fun time. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. I was doing one of the Heaven's Word one I haven't done since I did it originally with a friend to help them get through it. And this poor healer just kept rescuing me everywhere. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, thank you for saving me. The only times you shouldn't eat the candies is in Uwu. I haven't gotten there yet. Are you sure we shouldn't eat the candies there? I has a twitch with nervous chuckle and unstable smirk. Those candies are not for tanks in that fight. Yeah, excitement for the healers. See? Nemeth agrees. It's excitement for the healers. You gotta keep them on their toes. So who are the candies for in that fight if not for tanks? While our success in sealing away the hippocampus is most certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other warders concerns me. Mana pool drained. You gotta learn how to work with what you got. You gotta learn in stressful situations, you know? Lucid dream burned. No MP potions. Or elixirs. Yeah, my heals are stressed. A healer, a melee DPS, and a caster DPS. God. The keyword of Asphaltos is nothing but cautious. Doubtless he has gathered the warders and could have retreated to a safe area. Let's hope so. It occurs to me that I know very little of the keywords besides their magical prowess. Is there aught more that you can share? Of course, a man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphaltos. Not only does he have enough knowledge of the creatures here, but takes great pain to be a mentor to each warder under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourish here in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Smede says there's 4 phases, and phases 1 and 2 and 3 drop a shiny ord referred to as candies. They give you free limit break 3, which to get to phase 4, you limit break spam your way there. Really? And I'm assuming that there are assholes out there. If you can get them at least. As a tank, we grab them to limit break. It's a troll. I don't know if that into that high up stuff, but I've done other stuff in extremes and in raids and, you know, mostly Alliance I've seen, and typically in Crystal Towers people are just trolling around and just messing around so everybody wipes because they think it's funny. Which, to be fair, when you're doing that, I don't do it, but I find it funny. Yeah, you've done it. I know with the one I've seen most often is either accidental by greeting too much in one of the Crystal Towers one, and then in the one with the Bone Dragon. Right, I've seen that one a lot. We may have a friend that tanked it to take 3 candies and took all 2 candies by accident. Oh no! That's funny. Did anybody say anything? Like the rest of the party? Like, what the fuck? I only do it when I have people not playing the rules properly or just standing there eating every mechanic alive. I can see why absolute control over the environs are imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus among arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has not taken your colleagues to a secure location. We called him a fat ass and laughed our asses off. Hey, fatty, don't take all the candy. That's really funny. Oh man, I expect you guys are gonna laugh at me when I get to some of this harder stuff. Cause you guys are just gonna be like, what are you doing? You should have seen me during, the Xenos fight. I was just running around, panic clicking, eating every mechanic. Everyone's in there laughing at me, and they're like, they literally said, I'm screaming at the screen saying, move, move, move! And you're just standing there. The safest place would be the innermost circle as Asphodeus. There they could flee by Abyssos if hard pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven within other circles, we make it for the fourth, we ought to encounter them along the way. I don't know what's funnier, the wrong person grabbing the candy or the person with the limit break missing the limit break. Oh man. That would be me. I would miss it. I would mistime it. I'd get caught up in other stuff and then not do it. Everyone's expecting me to do it, and I forget. I could see myself doing that 100%. Just watch. When I get there, I will have forgotten this entire conversation, and I'll go in, and it's gonna be one of those two. I'm either grabbing the candy when I'm not supposed to, or I forgot the limit break. Indeed, we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodeus, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down Abyssos. The rub, of course, that is, I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by a phoenix last I checked. Phoenix, I have heard that name before, a fiery bird with eternal life. If I were to drag you into it, making you play melee, so your responsibility is easy. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Because usually, well, I guess it depends. First time doing things, I like going as a tank, because, like, as you saw, this is a joke. As you saw, I eat mechanics for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and snacks, and dessert. So I usually go in something when I don't know the mechanics of it as a tank. And I wait until later before I go in as DPS. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, there's a perfected corrupt boast, nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall, a truly exemplary feat of creation magic. Perfection is ever built on the backs of failure, however, and La Habrea has suffered countless mishaps during his experiments. He was hardly the only one. The Phoenix will be one out of many attempts of this concept gone awry. Aye, far from evoking wonder, our Phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus it was confined within the pandemonium. I'm not the type to make others play roles they don't want, except which don't touch my main tank role. Okay. I don't have a healer that's high level yet, but I now have a ranged DPS and my warrior, and I'm working on my Viper to get my Viper up. So I have a melee DPS, but then that also means I need which I'm doing white mage, but my white mage is still at like 40 or something really low because I don't like the casting. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned more and more, healers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words. When I received words that, long last La Habrea had succeeded, so many others have failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did he wander How did the Wardens of Pandemonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't believe we did. The research of Words of La Habrea has little consequences of our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. But enough reminiscing, we must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it is possible it flew off to some other wings of Pandemonium, we should make the assumption at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll need to bring Asphalidos's most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over Flame will avail it, far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere. It may as well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. And I'll probably also end this after P3 for this. All roles are fun. I just have the most fun as main tank. I like main tanking. I think it's fun. But then when main tank is in charge of doing something, and I don't know that yet, no, please no. Ooh. Very cool. Yeah, it's ultimate content. There's a lot of main tank positioning boss. That's what I assumed. That once you get, like end game stuff and like higher level stuff, the positioning is way more important. Like all I really know about it right now is usually you bring them up north, and that's kind of it. That's all I'm typically aware of. It seems whoever is behind this can hold the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Nima says, I like main tank to be the one to be able to control the pace. I also like forcing the party to speed run things when they can be lazy. It could be whoever is behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those were creation magic that would work, then that means. Let us confront the reality that we have conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we were to Third circle now accessible. Okay. Give me a second. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. So I completely forgot I was in like my little ballet outfit right here with the little tights. And I don't know if Mimi knows the pain of like when you wear a romper or a jumper to go to the bathroom and you realize you have to get completely undressed. That was the experience I had right now. I tried to be lazy and get it out from underneath me and everything, and it didn't work, and I just had to completely undress and do the pee of shame. Okay. Smay, I'm gonna do P3 if you want to try to snipe. Maybe says LOL, I feel you, girl. Right? That pee of shame. It sucks. Especially when it's a public bathroom and you feel so exposed. Especially when you don't wear a bra on stuff and you're just like... That's the greatest fear of someone opening the door when I'm half naked on the toilet. Oh man. I remember I was wearing a romper during the summer one time, and I went to, I don't remember if it was a restaurant or a bar, but I went to the bathroom, and like the gaps for the toilet, like for the stalls, were like this thick each one, and I remember walking by, you know, like each one, and you can clearly see the toilet, and like you can see the toilet paper holder, and I was like, this isn't blocking anything. I was like, might as well just not have the doors on here. I think for me, worse than anything was when I was at school, like when I was, you know, at school taking classes and everything, and, you know, I just came back from an exam, or I did whatever, I have to go to my class, and, you know, I'm feeling good, and then all of a sudden you have to go to the bathroom, and you have to get naked at school, like at your university, there you are getting naked, and I was like, that's the worst feeling. Because then, you're right by the teacher's classroom, what happens if your professor walks in? Like you said, when you're half naked on the toilet. Mimi says I would die. I think I'd have to drop my class. I'd have to drop the class. I'd never be able to look my professor in the eye again. Professor walks in and you're half naked. Yes. No, this is not the beginning of a porn. It could be, actually, if you wanted to. If you wanted it to play out that way, you could always make it play out that way. Fluffy said I would disappear. Not just die. Fluffy would just straight up disappear. Into the live stream, like Ishtola. I'm looking dead in my bite my lip and finish undressing. Because I have no shame. Hey, maybe it gives you that A. Maybe that's what you needed to get that A. Fluffy says, wow. At least let him throw a 20 first. Listen, one of us is in the wrong place, and it ain't me. True. So now we know how Nemeth got through school. Probably was honor roll and everything. Hi, Dark. Yes, we have. We are on P3. We're also in Crystal Goblin, if you want to join us for staff. Plus, it's nothing to be ashamed of, because the thing is, half the people on Earth did that back in the UK to get a free A. Back, did that back, back then to get a free A. I mean, yeah. I had a professor who was well known for dating students. Technically, they were no longer their students. But it was suspicious enough that all the women he married were ex-students. And then we had another. I actually knew a professor who I was friends with, and he started dating a current student. And immediately, I'm like, bad. What are you doing? No, you could get fired over this girl? Are you kidding me? And I think her dad, because she was like 19, 20, her dad came up and was like, had a talk with him about it and didn't report him, I don't think. I don't know. I stopped talking to him after that. Ema says, my teachers who knew me outside of school knew to avoid me unless they wanted to see something. I had some cool teachers. That we went to a couple bars and stuff. Usually after we finished the class, like as the end of the semester celebration. But like we did, I did beer pong with my physics professor. We did Cards Against Humanities, drinking with my differential equations and the linear algebra professor. We did shots with my OChem professor after OChem was over. Trying to think of who else. But the most fun was my physics professor. She was awesome. She was great. She was the one who was rallying everybody up, being like, yeah, let's take more shots, let's drink, let's do beer pong. This is the last time I saw a teacher at a bar, they were making sure they made extra money. Oh no, not them teaching and then bartending at night. That sucks. Or I'm assuming that's what you're saying, not other ways. If other ways too, then like that still sucks that they had to make. Oh, they were exotic performers. Got it. Interesting. Were they like college level teachers? Because I feel like there's a lot. They were definitely tending. Because I feel like a lot of schools might fire a teacher who's an exotic dancer. It's like K through 8. I mean, I guess if they knew about it, they don't have to know. They were definitely tending, just not the bar. They were tending to laps. As they should be. Was that awkward to see, like, they were your teacher, you know? There are teachers out there with OFs and they still have their job. Okay, so the thing is, I heard about a teacher who got fired because they took spicy pictures and they weren't even naked for that. And they got fired. So I just kind of assumed that if anybody found out about it, that they would. I also heard teachers got fired because they got deep-faked. They're like, oh, the students can't take you seriously, and they got fired. mean, honestly, teachers should do whatever they need to do to get that money because they don't get paid enough. But it's sad that they have to resort to an extra job. That's a creepy looking phoenix. Ooh. Okay. Hello. I thought you were gonna main tank. Not gonna main tank? There I go. So stacked. Like I do. Says, I had a crush on one teacher in high school. She was like 2 years older than me when I was in high school. I saw her performing and straight up told her. Not much happened there. The performance always kind of put me off. What do I do here? To have a teacher like that close to you in age, like when you're in high school at least. Like when you're in college, like, you know, you have TAs and like you can have young teachers and stuff like that. It says, time for bed. For me, gotta be up early. Have a good rest of your stream. Thank you! Hopefully I'll see you soon. Thank you for joining and chit-chatting and telling me about all the things you wouldn't do. Have a good night. Oh, I didn't know Stark's in here. Stark also sniped. so excited to start doing savages. I'm gonna suck at them, but I'm excited to start doing them. Oh, I get the comms. Yeah. You're already a mentor. You were so kind to give me a comm, but you're already a mentor. You don't need the extra comms. Tell you. You want to do the other ones with me? You don't have to be in the party, so you can do other stuff. But when I get to P4, if you want to either party or snipe it again. I know Smayday has to head off. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there's yet the matter of this arena. Oh, awesome. As you've told, there's but one person in Asphodos with the ability and authority to wield such magic. Though unfortunately, it appears that he has saved us the trouble of finding him. I probably won't finish them tonight, so if you want to join me tomorrow, we can run through them and finish and go to P12. Contemptible display, and there's gonna be maintenance tonight anyway. As contemptible display, it befits as an inferior specimen. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. I imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment grab the Phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more of a failure than its creator cared to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. Mimi says, I love how Casey just woke up and didn't know his maintenance either. It's been telling us it's maintenance for the last couple days. It goes on in bright purple letters. It says it has a pop-up first when you enter the game, and then once you're in the game, big purple text shows you to say that there's maintenance. Mimi says, real 14 players don't know what the fuck is going on. Echo, I'm dumb. Mimi loads up the game, and it's that Arthur meme. This can't stop me because I can't read. Give me a second. Let me let my puppy out right after this. Mimi says, bruh, that's me. I'll be right back. No, Mimi. Mimi ran in the campaign that real 14 players can't read and don't know what the fuck is going on. It's like the JJK fans have no media comprehension, or JJK fans can't read kind of thing that's going on. Keyword Hesperos. Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandemonium? I mean, this is another instance where it's like, this fool looks so evil, and you're surprised he went evil? Like when Sid was like, oh man, my mentor Gaius, you know, I didn't know that he turned out to be evil, and it shows the most evil looking motherfuckers in the world. You're like, you had zero inkling that he was evil. And this guy, same thing. Ominous aura and everything. You're like, I can't believe he was evil. Pandemonium, pitless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with. What possessed you? I don't understand. It's a vampire. Oh. Erichithonios. No, how to say his name? Erichithonios. I don't know how to say that. Must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Truly you can muster a theory or two within that dim wit of yours. Oh no, now he's being mean! Then again, you've never been one for insight. Why Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. They're being mean to the baby! He's trying his best. You may look like him. You're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you too from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. What's with that farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? He looks so much like a vampire. This guy is just a vampire. For those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface, are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. Oh. My mind is clearer than it's ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential. To be the sun? What? What? To be son to Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. He's his son? But of course, it's always about La Habrea. Sans, you're not worthy to utter his name. That's his father! For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities. Beyond your shallow reckoning, I have slipped on the surly mounts. Bonds of mortality. I have become one with our Jesus Christ. Mythic creatures and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As Hemethios, I shall serve Master La Habrea, ever faithful unto the end of days. And he shall require no other. Baby Vana, save us! Are you blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Erichithonios is more than capable than you could ever know. With thanks to instruction, I was able to master the art of interment. Both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Being his son must be devastating. When they found out he was conceived, do you think he stole Gaius' line and this was not my intention? He was just as absent as he was with the rest of the Ashes, just off doing his own stuff. Rixie, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is plain power that it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. You know, it'd be so funny, because obviously he doesn't care that much about his dad. But, like, do you think he would find it funny or relieving if we started talking shit about La Habrea? Because, like, we're like, oh, the stories I know about him, right? And, like, obviously he's not a very involved father and more involved in his stuff. But, like, do you think he would jump on the hate train with us? Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master it in tournament so quickly. Say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low to the weakness. Regardless of their noble aims, it will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength in a calming beast of asphodels. I continue my work, even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain. Not shall await them, but do. I eagerly await your arrival. Erechithonios? Erechithonios, is that how it's said? Someone give me a pronunciation guide. Even dullards have their uses. I feel like I'm gonna be like a toddler and sounding out his name every single time he comes across me. I can't seem to get it through my thick skull on how to say it. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelios himself. More than that revelation, however, Erechithonios worries me. He loved Hesperus for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of a recent event does not prove to be the death kneel for his resolve. The baby. Miss good offer. As much I'm loath to disturb Erechithonios so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events concerning both the keyword and his father. I know we weren't all exactly friends, but like, did like Emmett Selk and Azam know that he had a child? Or was this child like another experiment of his that failed? Because I wouldn't put him past it to make a creature or to make a child and like experiment on him based on what I know of La Habrea. Or even if he was like naturally conceived to have someone else with his powers or intelligence or whatever it may be, and the child like failed, so he just kind of like tossed him all with all his other failures. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandemonium was an astounding feat of magical prowess. A feat of accomplishment by none other than La Habrea. Both that my father and I can bind others in chains, perhaps the only thing that we have in common. So it is true. Hi, I'm La Habrea's son. Bereft of his talent for magic or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here for quite that long, I had to indicate some lifelong connection. Some long-held connection with La Habrea. It was La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles. That was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea, more specifically my mother, who is a researcher here. Ah, you did speak of a scene, chief keyword before La Habrea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. I still feel like they have a connection to Vana. Like, there's something about them. The right of it. Athena was my mother. And is she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. Ah, okay, so at least he didn't, like, abandon his child. I mean, he did abandon his child. He didn't just dump his child off here. I see there's little love lost between you. I cannot see... What I cannot see is why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. So did she die during childbirth? Or did she just die recently because of whatever? I forgot if he mentioned her teaching him. La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibility, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Oh no, wait, she couldn't have died children because she's the one who brought him in. Just kidding. I'm dumb. Ah, I see. She is no longer with us, an expression to convey an end of life. I have only known the public face of La Habrea, and while he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that oft he comes across as cold. You don't say. Not the La Habrea I know. Apologies, but can we? Oh, I do like how earlier they said, "Oh, is he even capable of a smile?" Apologies, can we speak of something else? This topic is an easy one for me to discuss. Of course. There are more pressing matters at hand after all. Namely, how you deal with Hesperus. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperus has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. Now that he is aware of our presence, we'll be heading to our next encounter. But we cannot expect him to face him on equal footing, quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperus can derive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. I just feel like these are gonna come and smack you in the head and, like, just kill you. As they're swinging, a strong gust of wind comes and just... I feel like these are a safety hazard. This doesn't help keep the animal inside, right? Like, the creature inside. This is, like, on the outside. I don't see the purpose of it besides aesthetic and being more menacing. Not saying that aesthetics don't go far and they aren't important. I'm just saying. I still think OSHA would find this place to hell and back. He says that he'd become... Field of Asphodel, I think that's what it's called, right, in Greek mythology. Is that the field of, like, nothingness? Because that's not punishment, is it? Elysium is, like, the hero's place. It's really hard to get to. And then there's one that's, like, for the everyday people, right? And Taurus is, like, hell. But I could be wrong. I don't remember that much about my Greek mythology. Said he had become one with the creations. Perhaps that's what he's meant to be. That he is vulnerable to interment. Ooh, I didn't think about that. In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him after all he has done? I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it truly all that he could serve his master? In my mind, he merely put La Habrea's own work at risk to trade for some nebulous power. La Habrea is the chief keyword of the Pandemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. La Habrea does like just destroying shit. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in a sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him to order? You can combine him. I can always strike him down. I'll be cocky about it. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but I can see that you're certain is all the convincing I need. Very well. Let us try... I already forgot to say it. Thonios' plan. I'm gonna call him Aerie. Thank you, Pixie. I believe I can shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed that he bore a telltale fang of the... Oh my god. Why is everything so hard for me to pronounce? Holicus? A beast which feeds off the ether off its prey. Likely that is a creation Hesperos has merged essence in. So an ether vampire. And we all know too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. Punch him. Fourth circle now available. Let's go. Okay, registration. If Dark or anybody wants to snipe, feel free, come join us. Mimi, how's your stuff going now that Casey's awake? Oh, that was quick. He's not logged on the game, literally idling, waiting for him. I finished half my reclays this morning, but you still have 2 left. Tell him to get his ass into the game. Threaten with violence. Getting serious. He's taking out his earrings, his glasses, pulling his hair up into a ponytail. Blanket on the ground. I don't know what that the guys probably don't be on it. Oh, what's this? I don't know if you guys saw that on my screen. It froze for a second. It's running away. really blocking off the field. Okay. Down. Wait, is it no? Don't be the class that's there? I'm hoping that's what that means. The thing, some of the mechanics are just like really intuitively like easy, and then other ones seem really easy but they trick you. And so like, although that one seems very straightforward, like it's that symbol but it has the X on it, I like would put them past it for it to mean something different. Last time was because I used arm's length. Before that I didn't. I need to do that. Is it insta-death if like it says not a tank and the tank kicks it? Or is it just a bone stack? So I think it's funnier. Could be worse. I like that top. I think the casting top or robo casting. Not the miss. We end this here. That will not be put in chains. Or should I do a voice? Did I get the minion? I didn't hear it go off. Oh, invite to the server. Give me a second. Let me check. Oh, yes, right here. Okay, I got it. I added and I joined you guys. Also we can probably run Drunk Farm on Friday or Saturday. Should be done with all re-clears by then. Yes, 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 let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. That sounds like a lot of fun. Let's do it. I'm excited. Fluffy says, gosh, I need to start streaming again. Yeah, and Mimi needs to get her laptop so we can all stream together. I think that would be fun. That's all we can drunk stream together and drunk farm. 1 second, let me get my puppy back in. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm always on the server, so if you want to get a hold of me, I'm usually in VC chilling too. Cool! I like to chill in VC too. Gonna go do re-clears. Casey's on now. Gonna leave Flirt. Okay, bye! Have fun! Hopefully you get what you need. To think that I could fail... Okay, I'm gonna do a voice. It's gonna be cringy, but I'm gonna try to do a voice. Okay. To think that I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you more... treated you as more than a mere nuisance. How dare you? I'm a huge nuisance. Get it right. Not just a mere nuisance. The biggest nuisance, okay? Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the star with me! You're wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet. However, although I've failed my end, my end shall be on my terms. Damn. I remain loyal to my very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. There is something, and I'm blanking on everything about it. But there is either a show or an anime or something where, like, the caretaker or mentor or whatever seems like this nice, lovely person. And then, in the end, they turn out bad. And the character is like, oh, like, why would you do that? And they're like, oh, I hated you from the beginning. You were such a nuisance, but I put up with it. I just don't know what it is, and I'm blanking on it, but I do kind of like that trope. Which one are you thinking of One Piece? The painter guy from Wano. A little bit, but that's not who I was thinking of. I was thinking more of like a, well, I guess because he did hate, all that. But no, I was thinking more. It could also be One Piece. One Piece has so many arcs, but like I feel like I would remember One Piece. And I could be misremembering, but I do feel like it was like, oh, all your sniveling and whining kind of thing. They were like a father figure, to them. I don't think it was the main character. It does sound like a familiar trope, right? It's not Aizen from Bleach. I don't know. It is a somewhat familiar trope, but there's something that's latching out strong enough that I remember it being compelling and pretty good, but not enough that I remember what it is. How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperos? You were better than that. Your star shone more brightly than any other in the Pandemonium. You had La Habrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you could forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. We should probably ask Cap and maybe Red, because they might know. I think if anybody might know, it might be Cap. Your star shone more brightly than the others in the Pandemonium. You had La Habrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? Why would you forsake all that and sully your legacy besides? He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would like to know why he chose this path. I think so far, this is my favorite storyline for these. Like these raids. I think these ones are my favorite stories so far. Hesperos' infatuation, and it may or may not be partially biased because I like the Ashes. But overall, even without them removed, with removing them, I do kind of like it. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was so jealous that the fate had chosen you and not him to be La Habrea's son. So terrible did his jealousy become that he sought. Oh, do you know what I might be thinking? It might be Dark. You might be right, and I think it might be One Piece, and it is the sickly girl, Usopp's girlfriend, and her butler. That could be the one I'm thinking of. I forget her name, but yeah. Because the whole time he wanted her for like, to kill her and get the money and everything. He didn't like her. But I also think there's something else, but I think that was the one I'm thinking of. Because it's Captain Kuro, right? And he was pretending to be the butler. And I still can't remember her name. Hesperos' infatuation. Oh, with your father was doing. Oh, I already read that. Did not be his son. So terrible did his jealousy become that he sought Verberton power that La Habrea would be unable to ignore. How does the pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn to contempt for everybody else? I've never heard such a thing. I don't know. Nero's infatuation led to contempt to the same object of his infatuation. And Livia's infatuation led to trying to murder everybody else. How does the pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does... Oh, I read that. It's not as common as... It's not as uncommon as you might think. She's like, I have example A, B, C, D, all the way through Z if you want it. I see. I admit I can't help... I cannot find it admit I cannot but find it vexing. But perhaps it signifies not, but my own capacity for bitterness. You are not your father's son. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times. A person you trust and guide you true. How is it to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again? But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. Scooting myself forward, but I'm like sitting cross-legged, so I can't move my legs. I mean, I can, but I'm too lazy to put them down. We must find other warders to round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least we can be certain. I still want to know what La Habrea looks like, because have we seen him properly without the without the ashen mask? Because I don't remember. I know we see him in Heaven's Word, but I think he's masked, right? I believe I can be of help in that matter. The influence of Hespero's magic is fading throughout Asphaltos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control. Can you really do that? What? What is this presence? Erythanote. I cannot say it still. What lies behind that threshold? It's a passage that connects Asphaltos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphaltos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower level. Something stirs in Abyssos. La Habrea's fails. He looks just like Thancred. That's a little disappointing. Which I guess if you're gonna choose a body, you're gonna choose it to look like you, I guess. Because, like... Or it could have been that he picked Thancred. Well, I don't know if they show his face in here. But if they don't, he could have picked Thancred because Thancred was good looking and decided to then make his own form look like Thancred. Also, maybe a viable theory. A warding sigil. How? Now let us return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. I still think after this I'm going to look up on TV tropes and see if there's a trope for like the mentor hating their mentee. There has to be, and I want to know the name of it. Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears that we have scratched the surface of the Pandemonium's trouble. My head is still swimming with questions, but this could mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this. It's a stark possibility, yes. The root of the crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When I first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe this is more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It's possible that the same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power that he could not refuse. Wait, are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, our mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments for more potential hemithio? Hemithoi? Some poor Greek or language person is just cringing somewhere, just going through their book and just can feel a pang in their heart as I butcher every pronunciation. If you're saying that this is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet. Erichithanos. Hesperos challenged us alone. That tells me that the process of his creation was long and a taxing one. If he was the first Hemitheos, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, as much as I would like to hasten deeper into the pandemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts on finding another way through. With the creation still having free reign of Asphaltos, it won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles and thus can wield internet magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that, then nothing is stopping us from returning order to Asphaltos. Just so, I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after subjects have been returned to their confinement. However, you are Asphaltos' sole remaining warder after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... You mean to send a report to La Habrea? 'Tis too soon to say, but let us find our way into Abyssos. It would be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained whether the whereabouts of the other wanderers and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, it means saving even a single life within Pandemonium, that I'm not above asking La Habrea for help, should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paints Hesperos' attention in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Erichithanos and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe that we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphaltos. You should take your time to rest. Surely you are weary and there will be more battles ahead. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he has shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would like to help wheresoever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense. You owe us nothing. I was thinking, thanks to your knowledge of all the magics which govern this place, that we were able to come this far. Elsewise would likely have succumbed to the hippocampus assault. Each of us have arrived at in this time. Oh my goodness. Each of us have... Oh, thank you so much. Unleashed. Thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Each of us arrived at this dire pass by separate paths. But it is only combining our respective expertise that we shall reach the end of it and see the pandemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Hesperos' words have seemed to affect me more than I realized. Together we shall come. We've come this far, and together we shall reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, allow Rixie her rest. Besides, you have someone waiting on a report of your progress. Yes, I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. Am I reporting to? Oh, right. Okay. So stoked for the axolotl mount. Welcome, Rixie. Back from the past. None worse for wear, I see. So what did you find? She's spilling all the gossip. La Habre is a deadbeat dad. So there is evil afoot in the Pandemonium, an already ominous place. I must say, mystics, beasts, and missing warders. Truly, we're fortunate to see you return in one piece. MGG. It appears that the voice Rixie heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are the questions yet to be answered. I mean, the crystal is blue, so I'm assuming it's Baby Vana. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future. Much remains shrouded in mystery. Ilm by ilm, we shall unveil that mystery. With the help of Rixie, of course. By her actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet she returns to the same present she left. Which can only mean one thing, that her interventions in the Pandemonium crisis is but one of the countless building blocks of history in which our present has been built. There's no telling what consequences would arrive if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc on the world of the ancients, and their despair leave to an indelible mark on history's pages. That despair would only feed at the terrible beast that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars in it were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know that I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue the work in the Pandemonium? Hell yeah! For that axolotl mount, I'll do anything. Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. If there is aught that we can do to ease your burden, we only need to say the word. Speaking of which, you might return to the crystal into our keeping. While we cannot accompany you into the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. It shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. As a matter, Elpis still seems to be in a similar state. I must ask that you rest. Before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into a critical stage, I found it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Mylene is an expert in armaments throughout history, and they be from far-flung past made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your adventures, bring it here and she'll be glad to offer her services. Researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts of bygone eras. And would you give that goods in return should you aid your trials ahead? Oh, is this where I turn in that shit? The stuff that I usually don't want from the Alexander raids. For example, but for this raid specifically. What does it give you? Is it anything good? Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records of events you have reported here, Njiji has taken faithful and thorough notes. She is at your complete control. Yeah, for the raid gear. But, okay. Is it good, though? Like, would I want it? Does it look cool? I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished for many years. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance that I have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, I shall find it. We shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you will be the first to know when we do. It looks cool, but you can't dye the normal versions. Only Savage drops the dyeable version. So at that point, it's not really worth it to get the stuff from the normal raids. I mean, I guess, but like, might as well farm it in Savage. I don't even know what tenacity does. There's one glam I kept with a normal handing. Let me show you. Okay, cool. Right here. Oh, hello! Oh, it is cute! Okay, I do want it. That is really cute. I would want the dyeable version, but you replace the feet, but yeah. Is the staff from it too? No, the staff's something else. Okay. But no, the outfit's super cute. Okay. I will roll for them then. That's Dawn Trail Relic Weapon. Oh. Well, fine. Keep showing off stuff I can't get yet. Happily. No, you brat. Such a tease. I'd welcome visitor. That Spolito set is extremely solid. Hi, Wei. How are you doing? Unleashed. How far are you in Final Fantasy XIV? I have just hit Dawn Trail. So I just finished Post Endwalker, but I'm doing Pandemonium. And I still haven't done the Alliance raids for Endwalker yet. My favorite of the 3 sets in Endwalker. Also, fuck stupid chicken. I hate Phoenix. Unleashed. I want to play, just waiting for your PC. Have you played before? Have you played 14 before? Or would it be your first time? But I'm stoked that P12 is the axolotl mount apparently, and I want it so bad. I've seen other people have it, and I really, really want it. No, be your first time. It's so fun. Oh, I started recently. Like, I started playing about, like, seriously, about, like, 3 months ago? 4 months ago. Completely brand new and everything, and I absolutely loved it. I really like the storyline. I like the gameplay. People still play it. They've completely finished all the expansions and everything, and they've played it through. And I absolutely love it. So if you get it and start playing it, I'm more than happy to help you out and get you some of those earlier mounts and everything. We have somebody else here who... Well, I'm farming with somebody else with Fluffy. We're trying to get the ones from this expansion that I'm finishing up. And then somebody else, we're trying to work on getting the other cool mounts from previous expansions. So if you do play it, then I'd be more than happy to help you out. It is exciting. I really like it. I may be a little biased because I really like lore and storytelling and everything and the characters, but I really liked it. I think it's good, and you can start playing it for free. I used to make fun of my friend who was always like, "No, 14 is so great. You can play you can play it for free. You can play up to whatever. It's critically acclaimed, this and that." And I was like, "Oh wow, you're just like getting commission for people on it." But no, you can play it for free for a while. There's the free trial, and it's really fun. I highly suggest it. The Phoenix wasn't that bad though, Way. At least, I don't know if there's another round at the Phoenix, but I just did it and it was fine. I was tank and I ate every single mechanic though. Rixie, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened the crystal's whispers, and I must say, I saw that it's free until level 70. That's sick. I know, that would be the first 3 expansions, or for the first 2 expansions. So the base game, Heaven's Word is to 50 to 60, 60 to 70. So it'd be Stormblood. So you can finish Stormblood for free. So you can finish the first 2 expansions for free after that. And then I think the best one is after it. Oh, Savage Phoenix is a completely different story. Okay. I was telling Mimi that I am excited to start doing Savage raids. I haven't done one yet, so I don't know which one you guys suggest should be my starting point. I kid you not. People couldn't count up to 4. What? What does that mean? Savage Phoenix. Yeah, so in 14, they have the different raid difficulties. So when you're going against like these raids that I'm doing, there's the regular. I don't know if these ones have hard, extreme, and savage, or if it's just regular then savage. But the different level savage is a, you know, super hard difficulty. But I haven't done one yet. Those are super cute emotes. Professor Claudin, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academic inclined preferred a composed recounting of events. Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, Rixie. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. Ahem. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with the crystal set adrift of ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from the pandemonium, where ancients kept volatile creatures under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of divine monstrosity brought a mystic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions Themis and oh my goodness. Erchithonios. Oh my goodness. Was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphaltos. But a greater threat remains. In the depths of pandemonium, there's a presence yet stirs. Its intention and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we've worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memory stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning which made to be whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed the faint but identical signature, which can only mean that such a crystal, another crystal, exists in our time. It's Erectionos. I don't think that's how it's pronounced, Dark. Prove it. You know what? I will call it that from now on. I will call him Erectionos from now on. And that will be his name. I can only kind of prove it based that is not how it's spelled whatsoever. But I cannot personally prove that is not how it's pronounced. You don't think La Habrea would name his own son Erectionos? I don't think he would. I don't know if he was even present for the naming, being how much of an absentee father he was. Or it could have been the only request and saying, hey, I won't be involved in our child's life as long as you name him Erectionos. It's catching on. I will call it Erectionos from now on. Call him Erectionos from now on. I'm gonna be streaming and someone else is gonna hear it completely out of context, not in the stream, and be like, what are you calling him? And I get to blame it all on you. So then later, because I do like this character, you're gonna catch me and clip me saying, "Oh, I love Erectionose." I don't think they'll notice anything odd about pronouncing someone's name correctly. That's how you pronounce his name? That's how you've been doing it? That's how everybody else in the community pronounces his name. And I'm the only one who's been pronouncing it incorrectly the whole time. Correct. Okay. So be it. I've been saying his name wrong the whole time, and his name is Erectionose. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signatures to its source, I believe it will be a simpler matter to find our crystal twin. Professor, with this expedition will be carried out by only us, or will Rixie grace us with her protection? I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusino. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within the pandemonium where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that the transversal from the crystal tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel to the predetermined intervals, and it would be prudent to check on occasion if there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes. That would be the most efficient use of resources, is it not? I, in fact, have already commissioned a ship and a pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claude intends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he's been worse than usual. I cannot fault him for his excitement. I do wish to, he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it only spoke to you last time, none but the professor had been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has only served to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be simple enough matter to let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Rixie, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudin suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling up to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creatures confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that that's their whole story. Aw man, if everything's a failure, I should be in there. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of their results. I can see the record of me in there. Echo, failure to evade all mechanics. Unable to be taught. Unable to learn. Brilliant. Delving into these records may shed a light on creatures Rixie has yet to encounter. Another failure, pronouncing Erectiono's name apparently incorrectly the whole time. Rixie has yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct, that is. Well, there's no guarantees. It certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only the strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Oh, hello! Want to join the party? You don't have to, but I'll invite you. You can also go do your own thing if you want. I'm gonna go. How much of each of the loot do I need for each piece? You don't know how much time we got. I don't know how much time before we all got to get off. I think it starts at 11, but I am gonna end before then. I think maybe we have enough time, or I have enough time to do P5. We can definitely do more tomorrow. Okay, you seek the Pandemonium's creation. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not have been surprised that both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. So you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives. Perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we. I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to the Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while the Pandemonium's protection ward continued to have... Oh! I'm so excited to get the wings. I know I literally have started 2 quests into Dawntrail, and I have 200 more to go. But I'm excited. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards have continued to be assailed by unknown foes, there have been no fluctuations so great to make me doubt Erectionos' capacity to keep watch over Asphaltos while I'm gone. Spitting, Erectionos, Asphaltos. Hi! Hi, Stephanie. How are you doing? He worked diligently to master Interment that he might deliver the creations back to the cages on his own. By his own hand. I thought it best to give him some time to hone his craft. I'm doing okay. I've been pretty busy. But a lot of work. And then as soon as I get up, I'm here, and then I go to bed. But I'm glad you're doing good. Samantha, I wanted to talk to you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll try to get on tomorrow and be able to talk to you because I'm probably going to bed after I'm done with this. But yeah, lots of stuff, working busy and stuff here, yeah. I'm sure you've been busy a lot. And since fate has brought us here, I would like to ask you to accompany me while I attend another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Not today. Right after this, I'm ending it because I have work first thing in the morning because I start real early. You have nothing to do right now. Yeah, no, I'm finishing this up and then I'm going to bed, unfortunately. Yeah. Rest assured, I shall not take long, and I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come. He has agreed to meet us here and knows Pandemonium. Probably maybe a little bit before. I don't know for sure if I'm streaming tomorrow. But probably after work for me. I know. The thing is, because I work, and then it's like right after work, I start my stream, and then I go to bed. And Dark's over here just dancing. But maybe a little bit after my work time, I'll hop on a little bit. And I can get on Discord a little bit and chat. I'll send you a message. Or you message me, so I'll take a look. Just want about 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'll send you a DM. Okay. Where am I? Let's fly. You're getting young day by day. Any secret behind that? I mean, I'm not wearing makeup. Not wearing much makeup. I don't know. Maybe I was doing my eye makeup too much. Also, my hair is straight, or my hair is natural. I didn't curl it. You think I was born pretty? Thank you. I have pondered our expedition to the Pandemonium, and I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be good or for ill. Hesperos and Erectionos were two sides of the same coin. The former looked into his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked at his father with bald hatred. Aw, thank you, Stephanie. And thank you for basically the thumbs up, Dark. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotion towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my mother and father, and yet we are all equal to the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to itself, it's more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling of approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they all seem to have been drawn to him. Okay, bye! Have a good night! There are many other aspects of the facility, particularly I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose any questions to a member of the world of La Habrea. Okay, I'll talk to you later. My apologies have kept you waiting, Master Thebes. I understand you are conducting investigation of the Pandemonium and wish to know its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know exactly why the Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations of which are deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could easily be ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from the organizations beyond Elpis, including the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, a bit limited information, I cannot help but feel that the Academia Aniter would have been more of a fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions and ones that we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, but the nature of the Pandemonium's construction has not led itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances aren't as they were now. As you surmise, the majority of the creation kept within Pandemonium were set from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed to even submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creation will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's researchers were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? Thank you, Dark. I know not what you're suggesting, but the keyword also holds some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from the scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic. We recently received a report from one of the keys stating that all is well within the Pandemonium halls. Really, and you're certain that a keyword sent it? Also, I'll probably end, depending how long this cutscene takes, or how long this whole thing takes, I'll do P5, and end it, but if it takes too long, I'll probably end it right when I unlock it, so we'll see. Yes, of course, the communication suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful for my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are still yet permitted conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them longer than is necessary. All is well, a blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to the Pandemonium with haste. Okay. Pandemonium! Go! I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Erectionos at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope that no harm has befallen him. Quite hard for Erectionos. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless of times, yet I still lack the strength to maintain the spell. Now time works against me. I can no longer be a victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? It's a creepy little eye. Hee. There's something to be admired of such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You've allowed this familiar to catch you unaware. Have you set your sights so high that you forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. Ominous familiar. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to freeing it, might I add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form, if you must, but with control of Asphilados wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you, and make you pay for what the chaos you've sowed. Now, there's no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggled to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even the keyword Hesperos, that can only mean one thing. that you still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. What a mean dad! Holy shit! At last you move to keep up. Pity that you remain nevertheless behind. What? As ever you are, you will always fail to learn, to understand, fail to act. And although fate designed to offer you an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. You need not despair. Dull though that may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. Give me a second, my dog was... Ugh, there's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectation? You shall. Take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? Come, and I shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, but the consequences of ignorance. Our desire align more than you know. So, Dark, I'll give it to you that if he truly kind of hates the sun, naming him Erectionos, 1000% his idea. What are you? This kind of looks like a Full Metal Alchemist type thing. Like it's given off a little bit of like the truth gate and then like the eyes and stuff vibes to me. Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. You're gonna get off? Okay. Then there's a good chance I'll probably wait till tomorrow and do it because it is getting kind of late. Good night, Fluffy. Have a good night. It's also pretty late for you. Think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing at your will. I'm no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperus low. Good night. Take care. Who brought Hesperus low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. It's plain that there are worthier subjects to contend with. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here. Because maintenance is pretty soon also. Okay. Good night, everybody. Hope whoever's still doing stuff is able to finish it on time before maintenance. If not, I'll probably see you tomorrow. There's a good chance. Bye. Have a good night.